Taste you. I wanna skin you with my tongue. I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna lay you in the ground. Desire, I'm hungry. Oh.
Two 0197.
You better buckle your seatbelts because it's going to be a show to watch.
From Tiger Communications.
Jackson, touchdown.
For 20 years, East Alabama's sports talk leader.
Swing and drive.
Sportscall.
Oh, what a dunk.
Call in now at 887-3401 locally. Or 1-888-9-TIGER-9 toll free.
Struck him out.
And now, coming to you live from the loveliest village on the plains, Sportscall.
Good Friday afternoon, everyone, and what a beautiful Friday afternoon it is. A great night developing for high school football all across the state of Alabama. Andy Graham here alongside Brett Pritchard, bringing you the latest edition of Sports Call. We appreciate all of you out there joining us this afternoon. We would love to hear from you. 1-888-9-TIGER-9 toll-free or locally at 334-887-3401 are our numbers here. We'd love to hear what's on your mind this afternoon. We'd love to hear anything that you'd have to say or you'd like to hear us talk about. Just give us a call on our Auburn Opelika Tourism Hotline. I can never get that.
I don't know why that word came out of your mouth on this show.
I don't know. It's 1-888-9-TIGER-9 toll-free or locally at 334-887-3401. Brett and I'll be with you for the next 2 hours, taking your phone calls and discussing everything relevant in the world of sports. Sports Call today brought to you by Always Money. Always Money offers title loans, cash advance loans, Western Union services, and they buy your gold. Visit one of their many convenient locations or visit them on the web at alwaysmoney.com. Always Money, easy, convenient, friendly, and fast. You can check us out on our Facebook page or you can just send us a tweet at SportsCallAU. But we'd love to hear from you directly. Just give us a call. Let us know what's on your mind today. Obviously, again, high school football taking place tonight, a big Friday night, a beautiful weather finally. It feels almost like fall. The weather, the temperature will be dropping a little bit. It'll feel like a true autumn night out there all across the state. Todd Gurley, as we mentioned yesterday, there was Mark Rick first said he would have an idea about a decision being made by Friday, and then he said there would be no decision being made. Todd Gurley does not make the trip to Arkansas. He will not play. His status remains suspended indefinitely. Auburn enjoying the week off this week. Gus Malzahn tweaking a few things here or there. Auburn trying to get healthy as they take on the second half of the season. They'll take on South Carolina next Saturday, but there are plenty of great games in and outside the SEC this weekend in college football. The Giants last night defeat the Cardinals 6-3 on a dramatic walk-off home run by Travis Ishikawa. This will be the Giants' third trip to the World Series in the last 5 years. They went in 2010, 2012. Now they're back in 2014. They're an even-numbered team. I don't know what it is about it, but they love those years. The World Series will begin next Tuesday, October 21st, 7 p.m. on Fox. That'll be the Royals and the Giants. And you Brett, you mentioned before the show, we were talking. You said you went to bed. You went to bed and missed the home run. I saw the home run. It was a dramatic moment, and I didn't know that much about Ishikawa. He's kind of a journeyman, a career kind of minor league player. He has come up just in the last several years as kind of a guy that's gone up and down in the big leagues. He was not even with the Giants with the beginning of this season. I believe he was with the Pirates. He's not a normal outfielder. They put him out there, and he comes up in this situation. The Cardinals, which is a decision that will be questioned. They don't bring in their closer. They bring in Waka, who hasn't pitched for a while. He's been hurt, this season. But, he gives up 3-run homer, and Joe Bug says, when it clears the fence, the Giants win the pennant. 1951, Bobby Thompson, the shot around the world. I thought it was really a perfect moment for that situation.
Yeah, it was, repeat of a famous call there. But the Giants, Bruce Bochy, how good of a postseason manager is he? Every time they get in the postseason, they seem to make it all the way to the World Series and then win. So Kansas City swept the Giants this year when they played them. My question yesterday is, Kansas City used up all their magic. I'm not too sure they have. I'm not too sure they're not a better team than the Giants overall. And, usually in all of these things, I know, especially when Iron Bowl rolls around, we always talk about throw the records out, all this kind of stuff. But usually the better team wins that game when it's all said and done and you look at stats. And when it's all said and done, when the dust settles, I think the Royals will win this series because I think they're a better team. Now, here's the difference. San Francisco's season has been a long time since the Royals organization has been to a postseason. So a lot of these guys have never been. Some have, but a lot of them have not. So how will they handle the pressure and how will they handle the bright lights? They've handled it extremely well to this point. So I don't know why all of a sudden it would stop. It's a good story for Tim Hudson. He's been in the league 16 years. Probably would have stayed in Atlanta for another 20 and never made it. Goes to the Giants and makes it. And as an Auburn fan, you got to be proud for him. And, he was a player at Auburn when you and I were in school down there, and I worked closely with a baseball team the 3 years I worked in media relations. So I knew Tim that way, but, proud for him. He is a good pitcher, and he's had a great career in the major league. So, we'll be pulling for him as an Auburn fan that he has a good outing, but it's hard not to pull for the Kansas City Royals because of the situation and, their franchise and, they represent the little guy out there in professional sports.
Absolutely, no doubt about it. The Kansas City Royals are the darlings of the MLB postseason. But like you said, the Giants, they know how to win. Bruce Bochy, has been here. He's done that. This team has been here and done that. They've got veterans littered throughout this lineup. Got a great pitching staff. And one thing that's kind of gotten overlooked, everybody has talked about the Kansas City bullpen and how phenomenal it has been, and it has been. Statistically, if you can believe it, the Giants bullpen's numbers are actually better than the Kansas City bullpen, that is difficult to believe. But it's going to be a fantastic series, I hope. I'd love for it to go 7 games. I think it would, again, be good for baseball to see somebody like the Royals win this World Series. And, like you said, you have a really a small market team, one of the teams that has one of the lowest payrolls in all of baseball, and prove that you can use your minor league system, bring guys up in your farm system, and create a winning program, winning baseball when you play good pitching, good defense, and timely hitting. You don't have to hit 100 home runs a year.
Things have to really align themselves for small market teams to win, and maybe that's why there's such a long gap between the times that they actually make it to a World Series and not. And there's two ways to do it at that level. One is you work your farm system and you generate players and then you bring them up at the right time and they contribute, and you kind of have that chemistry that creates a winning team. Or you can be like Wayne Huizenga did down in Florida and just buy a bunch of players and win it, and then sell them all off and go to the bottom. And, or be like the Yankees, who've always had one of the highest payrolls. It's why a lot of people like to pull against the Yankees, because they feel like, if anybody's really good for another team, they just go out and snatch them and put them as part of their team and generate wins that way. That's why a lot of people don't like that way and pull against those teams. So if you've got the money, it sets you up to where you can go out and get a guy or two or three to fill some gaps midway through the year, to put your team in a position where they can win, or you can do it like Kansas City's done it. So I like it that way. To me, it's more pure, probably means more. The work gets put in, not to say that the teams that have all-star lineups, can't get it done. It's kind of like the Miami Heat. That's why a lot of people hated the Miami Heat. They go out and they bring all these guys out, and Bosh and LeBron James and Dwayne Wade, and they're all strutting around on stage and talking about going to win 6 or 7. So it's naturally, when that happens for me, Andy, I immediately am your enemy. I want you to lose. I want you to go out on the floor, and I want you to lose every time, because to me, I don't like the arrogant, throw it in your face kind of deal, especially in professional sports. So it's easy to pull for those guys like Kansas City, because, they represent the small guys. They represent it. They didn't have the payroll to do it like the Yankees and the Marlins when Huizenga had them.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if that same sentiment carries over to the Cavaliers, because they've basically done the same thing. They brought in a bunch of high-profile guys. They bring LeBron back.
But they haven't done it the way Miami
They have
did
not, and that might be the difference. It'll be interesting to see. They're a small market team, but they're able to do this.
And maybe strategy-wise, they did it better, Andy. Maybe they held back and saved up and did what they needed to do to bring LeBron back to his hometown, and then give him some role players that could help him. Last time, he didn't have any help, until Michael Jordan got some help with Scottie Pippen and Horace Grant and John Paxson and the role players that they had. Michael Jordan was still scoring a lot of points. They didn't win anything. So once you get the right chemistry, look, I don't feel the same way anymore about LeBron James now he's in Cleveland. I really don't. I think he made it right. He went back. And I don't look at Cleveland the way I did Miami, because I think Miami just kind of threw it all out there and just kind of said, look, we're just going to dominate you because we bought everybody, and then they shoved it in everybody's face. And that's why I felt the way, and I think a lot of people felt the way they did about the Heat.
I think you're probably right. Today, we're going to go and talk a little bit in the next couple of segments about this college football playoff, look at some the contenders right now. We're halfway through the college football season, if you can believe that. I want it to slow down a little bit. I don't want it to run away too quick.
It's going by quick.
Enjoying it too much, but a lot of teams have eliminated themselves already. I think if a team has 2 losses right now, they probably have eliminated themselves. So we're going to look at some contenders in the next segment and talk about some college football playoff scenarios. What scenarios set up best for the Auburn Tigers to make it into that playoff, and maybe some nightmare scenarios for the college football committee.
So you mean to tell me Virginia Tech or Pitt, neither one has a chance to?
They have no chance.
That was the worst, one of the worst, most boring games I've ever watched last night. I think that's why I fell asleep. I was waiting on everything else to come on, and that game was on, and I fell asleep due to lack of interest. So, but you're right. It's at a point in time where you're halfway through the season, and you really coming down the stretch can't afford to stumble anymore.
No, absolutely not. And that's going to be our question of the day, and just kind of a fun one out there. What's your craziest but legitimate playoff scenario? What 4 teams could you see that still are legitimate contenders right now that nobody in their right mind would have ever thought could possibly make this 4-team playoff? Who's your craziest 4 teams in the playoff scenario? We'll talk about that and much, much more when we return right after this break. More Sports Call on the way right after this.
Hi, I'm Pat Dye. I'd like to tell you why I've been a Ware Jewelers customer for more than 30 years. I like the people, I like the jewelry, and I like the prices. Ware Jewelers has been perfecting what they do since 1946. Their quality is great. They treat each and every customer like a close friend. This is Coach Dye, and in football, I like the Tigers. In jewelry, my choice is Ware Jewelers. Ware Jewelers, Auburn, Opelika, Montgomery, and Spanish Fort.
Through the years, friends and family have enjoyed the great taste of Shrimp Basket's mouth-watering po' boys, fish, crab claws, burgers, and so much more. While our menu is constantly changing, we are still serving up the best shrimp baskets with the goal of offering an enjoyable, affordable service to each and every one of our guests.
Wow. After all these years.
Still eating at the Shrimp Baskets.
And eating shrimp baskets.
Visit shrimpbasket.com to locate one of our many Shrimp Basket locations.
Auburn Links is proud to honor the people who keep us safe, the men and women of the military, and the police, fire, and EMTs of Lee County. To show their thanks, Auburn Links is offering you special discounts. Just show your ID, and you'll get 18 holes of the best golf around for just $25 anytime. That's right, members of the military, along with police, fire, and EMTs of Lee County, 18 holes for just $25. Auburn Links wants to thank you for what you do with a great round of golf. Auburn Links off exit 51. Call 887-5151.
All right, guys, bring it in. Listen up. I want to talk about it last night. Yes, sir. Maybe you had your friends over, huh? Cracked open some icy cold Budweisers. I heard that. And maybe, just maybe, you had yourselves the night of your life. Well, yesterday's over, boys, but tonight is just beginning. You got a bunch of bonus buds sitting pretty in your fridge. I want you to crack them open, and I want you to mass text all your friends and round them all up again for round 2. And I don't want to hear, I do not want to hear, but we're tired from yesterday, Coach. Or the cleaning lady just left. That's what the fool who missed it would say. Gentlemen, listen to me. You need to go out there and live, and you need to do it tonight. Carpe diem, boys. And while you're at it, carpe nightum too. Great times await.
Enjoy responsibly. Budweiser Beer, Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Don't give up just yet. All Around Computers can help. 887-7773. They come to you for all your technology and computer service needs. If you don't want to install it, configure it, or even deal with it, All Around Computers can do it all. 887-7773. Do you have pop-ups, viruses, or is your computer running slow? All Around Computers can help you with it all. Don't call All Around. Call All Around Computers today. They come to your home or business for all your technology service needs. 887-7773.
Gotta get to Gil's Auto Sales. We can finance, you got to get to Gil's. Selection and price. Got to get to Gil's. Gotta get to Gil's.
Did you know that Gil's Auto Sales now features the Prestige Selection at their North Lake and Opelika locations? Gil's Auto Sales now has over 100 Prestige vehicles in stock. Newer models, low mileage with bank financing available. Come see the Prestige Selection at Gil's Auto Sales North Lake location and their new Opelika location. Gotta get to Gil's.
When you have an event to be catered, look no further than Honey Baked Ham. Whether it's box lunches for a tailgate or a full spread complete with heat and serve sides, sauces, and gourmet breads, Honey Baked Ham makes any event a special occasion. Get piled high platters of sandwiches, salads, meats, and don't forget about dessert. Honey Baked Ham on Gateway Drive in Opelika. Make it your new tradition. Call 741-8411 today and make your get-together a party with Honey Baked Ham.
Visit exotic destinations, Alaska, Europe, Hawaii, and more on a land trip or cruise. Contact Ruta Lisa Anderson at Cruise Planners today. Why do the planning when it can be done for you? Visit exclusivecruiseplanners.com or call 844-722-6342.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Friday edition of Sports Call. Andy and Brett here with you until 6 o'clock, taking your phone calls at 1-888-9-TIGER-9 toll-free or locally at 334-887-3401 on our AO Tourism hotline. Again, our question of the day, what's your craziest but legitimate playoff scenario. I got one for you, Brett. Now, again, these are legitimate. These are still mathematically possible. Here's my 4 if the world was going to end, okay? Kentucky, Arizona State, Ohio State, and Kansas State. Okay, now, when you think about it, look, if Kentucky wins out, they're in. Okay, now is that possible? Highly, highly unlikely, but, it could possibly happen. Same thing for Arizona State. Arizona State sitting there with 1 loss. They still have to play Arizona. They could win that. They could win the Pac-12 championship. I think if that happens, they're in. Ohio State sitting there. Everybody had written them off. Nobody's talking about them right now. They're sitting there number 13 in the country. They have a chance to beat Michigan State. They go on and win the Big Ten. I say they're in with 1 loss. And Kansas State only lost to a good Auburn team. They go ahead, beat Oklahoma, beat Baylor. I say they're in. When you think about it, now, of course, that would mean if Kentucky wins the SEC, that's going to mean that, Mississippi State will have to have lost.
You to come up with this?
Hey, you look at these teams winning out. We're just talking about, because of the schedules are so tough for the teams in the SEC.
Well,
everybody's going to end up with 2 losses, unless Mississippi State were to run the table. And, of course, that just cancels everything out. But this is kind of a crazy but possible scenario here that you look at it and you think, my goodness, who would have ever thought?
Well, this committee, to me, has their hands full, especially this year with the way the schedule's set up and the way that nobody really has, vaulted themselves to the front, even Florida State. I don't think anybody has bought into a team that averages 98 yards rushing a game that they're really this dominant team. They haven't looked dominating in 3 or 4 games this year. As a matter of fact, been real fortunate to win a couple of the games, just kind of like Auburn. I'm not just sitting here with sour grapes on Florida State. I'm talking about Auburn too. And this past week we played bad on the road. It caught up with us. And, Florida State, they play bad this week against Notre Dame, and Notre Dame shows up and plays like they're capable of doing and don't turn the ball over. Then they'll get beat. The law averages eventually catches up with you, especially in college football now with so many great players on so many teams now. So, yeah, anything's possible. I think Kentucky, we talked about this yesterday, has a very good shot to go to LSU tomorrow and win that game and then return home with a ton of momentum. Let me tell you, I've been to Lexington before. I have been in that stadium, and I was there in 2010, and Auburn narrowly escaped with a win. And if we lose up there, we're out of the national championship hunt. There's no way we move on to play that year and even win it. So every game is a test in this league, maybe outside of Vanderbilt. But maybe every team is a test, and you got to show up to play ball. If not, your turn can be your head. You can be up for knocked off, is for lack of a better term. So that's what this committee, and that's why I think chances are greater now, because now you can get 4 teams in instead of 2. With the way the BCS was, if you can get in those top 2 slots, then everybody else was just playing for a bowl game. Now you can slip up and still feel like you have life. In the BCS, Andy, we would feel like we were way on the outside looking in after the trip to Starkville. Not the case anymore.
Well, doesn't this prove that even though you have a playoff, the season still matters? That was one of the big boogaboos. They said, well, if you have a playoff, the season doesn't matter. Oh, yes, it does.
Well, it doesn't matter if you have a 16-team playoff, right?
But even if you have an 8-team playoff, every team is trying to.
But that's the point.
You got to win every game.
Well, that's the point. It does still matter because you could lose 2 and still have a decent shot of getting in, depending on strength of schedule and what that committee feels about you. Now, a 3-loss team probably doesn't deserve to go to the national. When you start getting down that far, but 1- and 2-loss teams that may have had a bad night or may have been beaten by another good team that played very competitively, you can see it. So we'd love to hear from you. 1-888-9-TIGER-9, 334-887-3401 to be part of the program. There's a lot of great high school football that'll be on tap. We'll talk a little bit about some of those games across the state. I'll call the Benjamin Russell Valley game. That's a game right here in this area, that encompasses the entire eastern central part of Alabama. Benjamin Russell on a tear, one of the top teams in 6A, now continuing to get stronger. I know looking down the line, the coaches aren't, but the players, well, maybe it would love to have another shot at Opelika. Didn't play the game. They didn't play very well. And obviously, I'll tell you that Opelika is an outstanding football team, but didn't play a good half of football. The first half came out and played even Steven football in the second half, but that wasn't good enough to come back against a very good Opelika team. But that wouldn't happen until the semifinals. That wouldn't happen until the fourth round. Opelika and Benjamin Russell matching up, but I think both teams definitely can be in that position in 5 or 6 weeks. So it'll be interesting as we are in week 8 of the high school football season.
Wow. We are live here at JR Sports Bar and Grill in downtown Alexander City. Come on out. They have some great food out here. You can load up before you head out to a high school football game, or you can load up and for your tailgate on Saturdays. They have tremendous chicken wings, chicken fingers, burgers. It doesn't matter. If you want it, they got it here at JR's. They cater as well. So just a tremendous environment. You can come and watch a ball game on their many TVs around, and get you some good food at the same time.
I misspoke. It's week 9. Yeah, because Benjamin Russell's 7-1. So there's 11 weeks to play 10 games this year in the High School Football Association. So we are in week 9. So talking about something flying by. Halfway through the college season, only a couple games left for teams, and then at most 3 games left for some out there that chose to play a jamboree the first week of the season. So man, it just goes by faster and faster every year. It means you and I are getting old.
I guess so. I've known that. Well, some other local games of interest. Chilton County travels to Opelika tonight, take on the Bulldogs, and Prattville traveling to Auburn to win Auburn team this year.
Hasn't been pretty for the Tigers.
It has not been pretty. In Prattville, not what they what they once were, but they're getting a lot better. That's going to be a difficult one for the Auburn Tigers this evening.
Chad Anderson has done a tremendous job of building Prattville back up. It's hard to follow. Bill Clark, you see what he's doing at UAB, and then Jamie Dubose. And he goes back to his alma mater at Prattville from Wetumpka, and you have to win your home base back over, but nobody wants to win at Prattville more than he does, and he has. That Prattville team is extremely competitive, and will have a shot to make it deep in the playoffs in 7A. So for the Auburn Baby Tigers, I know they don't like to be called that, but just to differentiate between University Tigers and the high school Tigers, it just hadn't been a year where they could get anything going, Andy. It just didn't gel. This is a team that played for the state championship last year, and this year it's been a disaster, for lack of better terms. I don't think anybody that's an Auburn high school football fan would argue with me. I mean, they did not expect to only have 2 wins at this point in time in the season, and turnovers have plagued them. They couldn't get any consistency on offense. It's just been a long year for Tim Carter and that group.
When we come back, we will hit on this Dadeville at Elmore County game. Dadeville maybe with one of the biggest upsets last week, taking on beating Leeds there in Dadeville. When we come back, we'll hit those topics and more. More Sports Call right after this.
So you may not know it, but you've seen our work everywhere. For a combined 50 years, Sign Source has been Central Alabama's premier option for all your sign needs. Custom signs for your business, club, or organization. Wraps and decals for your vehicle or boat. Full-color banners for your big sale. Or photo collage on canvas for grandma. All with fast, friendly, prompt service. Check out our website at signsourcenow.com. 888-533-6758. Go straight to the source. Sign Source.
It's always something. Your car needs a new tire, tuition is due. It's down to the wire. Cheerleading outfits, soccer shoes, football pads, or annual dues. Nellie's in band. She needs a trombone. Good golly Molly, you need a loan. Jimmy broke his arm. He needs a cast. You need money, and you need it fast. When life comes at you, Always Money can help you through. It's easy, convenient, friendly, and fast. You'll get the cash you need the day you need it. So stop by or visit alwaysmoney.com. How much can we loan you today? Borrowers often use payday loans over a period of months, which can be expensive.
At Reinhardt Prattville on 2154 Cobbs Ford Road, we have over 300 used vehicles in stock. Sedans, trucks, SUVs, and crossovers, imports, and domestics. We're proud to be celebrating 10 years in Prattville. Come by and see managers Donnie Crozier or Skip Latham and get your best deal on a used vehicle. We're open 8:30 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday and 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. on Saturday. ReinhardtPrattville.com. Reinhardt Prattville, where we sell to sell again.
When you change the life of a man, you change an entire family. The Reprieve helps men with alcohol and drug problems that have had multiple treatment attempts. The Reprieve is a Bradford Health Services innovative recovery program. The year-long Reprieve offers testing, evaluation, and mentoring for employment, guides men through the 12 steps, and provides life skills training for balanced, healthy living. Get a Reprieve on life at 256-496-0406.
Auburn Urgent Care, located on South College in Auburn and on Enterprise Drive in Opelika near Tigertown, offers convenient solutions to your healthcare and occupational medicine needs. We offer workman's compensation injury care, and we have a certified DOT medical examiner on staff. It's not about speed. It's about the quality of care. We're open 7 days a week, 7:30 a.m. to 8 p.m. Monday through Friday, and 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. on weekends in Auburn, and 8:30 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday through Friday in Opelika. Walk-ins are welcome. Auburn Urgent Care. 334-821-3221 in Auburn or 334-749-9191 in Opelika. Visit us online at auburnurgentcare.com. Proud of our past, confident in our future. And for your primary health care needs, visit Family Health Clinic at 1456 Opelika Road in Auburn. 334-826-8951. Open Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m.
The Southern Tales collection isn't just an expression of class, it's an Auburn way of life. Whether it's a long day on the lake with your closest friends or cheering for the best team in the SEC, we aim to provide comfortable, quality clothing fit for any occasion. God, family, and football are the three things we hold closest, and we hope to share these things through our product line with the people we love the most, our Auburn family. SouthernTalesCollection.com. Southern Tales, not just an expression of class, an Auburn way of life.
Tatum Lawn Care wants to help you add value and beauty to your home or business, and they want to save you money in the process. Tatum Lawn Care offers affordable lawn care and landscaping services to residents in the Lake Martin and surrounding areas. Services include tree maintenance, planting, pruning, hedging, blowing, mulching, leaf removal, spring and fall cleanups, and more. For an estimate, call Tatum Lawn Care at 256-329-6102. That's 256-329-6102.
This segment of Sports Call is brought to you by Dr. Pepper. Here's to a one-of-a-kind Dr. Pepper. Dr. Pepper is a proud sponsor of the College Football Playoff. Dr. Pepper, always one of a kind.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Friday edition of Sports Call. Andy and Brett here with you for another hour and a half, taking your phone calls at 1-888-9-TIGER-9 toll-free or locally at 334-887-3401 on our AO Tourism hotline. Brett, you said you had a rundown of the region champions or region standings in high school games tonight.
Well, some of these teams hope to be region champs in the next week or two, solidify those standings. We'll start in 7A and start in the this area, the Phoenix City, Prattville, Jeff Davis Enterprise, Auburn, Smith Station, Lee Montgomery region, and that was the order of the way they are right now. Phoenix City is sitting there at 4-0 in the region. They got Jeff Davis tonight. Prattville will have Auburn, as you just mentioned earlier. They're 3-1 in the region. Jeff Davis and is at 3-2. They're the third team in this region, and kudos to Jeff Davis. Been down in the dumps for a while, and look like they've turned it around in a very tough region in 7A. They do have Phoenix City though tonight. It's the only game they have left in region play, so that'll end up. So at worst, Jeff Davis will finish 3-3. Look like they may make the playoffs first year in 7A. Enterprise sitting there at 2-2. Auburn at 2-2 in the region with Prattville and Smith Station left there. Smith Station below Auburn at 1-3 in the region, but 5-3 overall. And Lee Montgomery 0-5, 1-7 overall. Let's go to the Hoover region, Andy, and talk about them. They're 5-2 overall, but both losses out of state competitors. They haven't had a game really close in the state of Alabama. They got Vestavia Hills tonight and Hewitt Trussville, a Jekyll and Hyde team this year. You never know what you're going to get with Hewitt Trussville from one week to the next. They'll have them the last week of the season. Oak Mountain is a very good team that's really come on. It hasn't been a very good team the last 3 or 4 years. They're in second at 4-1. Mountain Brook 3-2, and Hewitt Trussville, as I said, 2-3. With Spain Park also at 2-3, along with Tuscaloosa County. So you got a 3-way tie for that 4 slot down there in that region. So there's Region 2 and Region 3 in 7A, and then we'll slide over and we'll talk about some of the ones in 6A, Andy, because this may be the toughest classification of football from top to bottom as far as every team is concerned. A lot of great football teams involved in this, and we'll stay in this area. Region 3, Opelika is 6-1, 5-0 in
test 1 2 test 1 2.
Getting a test in my ear, so don't know where I'm getting that from. But Opelika is 5-0. Benjamin Russell 3-1. 2-2 Chelsea, 2-3 Oxford. That's how that region sets up right now, Andy. And again, Ben Russell 7-1 overall, Opelika 6-1 overall. So it would be a great finish to the season, in my opinion, to get to the semifinals and see those two teams play.
Absolutely, and to go back to what we were talking about before the break, the Dadeville Tigers, beating Leeds last week in Dadeville has to be one of the more surprising upsets of the year so far. Dadeville, obviously has been a tremendous team there in 4A for the last 5 years, I guess 5 or 6 years. But had struggled this year a little bit, losing a couple of games. Leeds coming in with all the confidence in the world. And from what I could gather from the people that were there, it was just a very physical matchup, and it looked like maybe Leeds was unprepared for how physical Dadeville was.
They were, and, Leeds actually scored the go-ahead touchdown with about 20 seconds on the clock. He got called back on a holding penalty right in the middle of the interior of the line. It backed him up. Dadeville was able to hold him out. But nevertheless, I don't think anybody saw that coming. Leeds looked like a team that was kind of unstoppable in 4A. But you know what? A wake-up call for both teams. Dadeville realizes that, we all understood that you had a lot of talent and that you were a good football team. And, hey, you proved it by beating the number 1 team. On the flip side for Leeds, it just showed that they're not invincible. They don't show up and play their best game. A lot of those teams in the top 10 could knock them off. So it gives Dadeville a ton of confidence heading toward the playoffs, and it gives Leeds a wake-up call heading into the playoffs, Andy.
Did I hear that Leeds had 17 penalties in that game?
I think it was pretty rough.
I think Dadeville had about 10 of their own, but that's just got to be a brutal game to watch. A penalty on every single play, it seemed like.
It's tough when the Hankies fly. It seems like every other play, and but that's part of it. Sometimes you come out and play sloppy, and the officials do the best job that they can, and obviously they called what they saw. So you just move on from there. But I want to run down another region in 6A, Andy, the Region 1 down in Baldwin County. Spanish Fort, Saraland, Daphne, and Blunt. Spanish Fort and Daphne play each other. As a lot of people know that Spanish Fort split from Daphne, created that school. So that's been a rival game there since they have split. Spanish Fort still has 3 games left. They have Daphne, Robertsdale, and Citronelle, but they sit at 7-0, 5-0 in the region. They don't have their quarterback, that's a blow for them. They're still a very good football team, but a couple weeks back, a torn ACL, Tyler Johnston, it's hard to recover offensively when you lose your quarterback and a playmaker like he was, but Spanish Fort's still an outstanding football team, and it will be hard to knock them off, but it'll be interesting to watch how Daphne plays them tonight. Daphne's 4-3 on the year.
Yeah, definitely. Spanish Fort looking to be maybe one of the best teams there in 6A. But like you said, and just ask Ohio State, when you lose your quarterback, how devastating that can be, especially in high school. You usually have one of your best athletes on the entire team at the quarterback position. So a devastating blow, but they've handled it well so far. And if they can get past Daphne tonight, it's just kind of business as usual for Spanish Fort.
No doubt about it. And Beauregard remembers this guy, Smitty Grider, that was their coach for a long time, moved over to Parks Crossing. It's their first year to play football in Montgomery. They're in third place in their region. They're 5-2 with Russell County and Stanhope Elmore left. I mean, you're looking at an opportunity for Parks Crossing to finish very strong and possibly finish, maybe second in the region. Carver Montgomery is first. Their only loss was to that Parks Crossing team. So, kind of a up for grabs region there with Parks Crossing in third at 3-2 with Stanhope and Wetumpka, and Dothan and Carver Montgomery both at 4-1 with a lot of football left to be played there. That's who Benjamin Russell would match up with more than likely in the first round. The team, the third place team out of that region, and they've already played Stanhope. Could line up with Wetumpka, could be Parks Crossing, could be Carver, could be Dothan, the way it all plays out. Don't know yet, but either way, if Benjamin Russell holds on, one of those teams would be traveling to Alexander City to play them in the first round.
Well, we'd love to hear from you. 1-888-9-TIGER-9 toll free or locally at 334-887-3401. Are you headed out to a high school football game tonight? Which one? Give us a call and let us know. Which one are you going to see? Give us a rundown of that game on our AO Tourism hotline. Sports Call today brought to you by Auburn Urgent Care. Auburn Urgent Care offers convenient solutions for your health care and occupational medicine needs, including workman's compensation, injury care, and certified DOT medical examinations. With locations on South College and in Tigertown, visit them online at auburnurgentcare.com. Do you want to run down any more?
Yeah, we'll go to 5A real quick because I know Beauregard fans out there listening want to talk about their team and where they stand in the rankings. And this is a tough region as well. Tallahassee is 4-0. They've got Brandon Baines. At one point in time was the third leading rusher in the country. Andy was averaging about 330 yards a game running the ball. No, I didn't get that wrong. That's about what he averages, and they've got Beauregard tonight, and then Sylacauga. But Beauregard is at 3-1, 4-2 overall. That's a big matchup. It's 1-2 in that region, and Tallahassee and Beauregard have kind of been a rival matchup there. So a lot of people will be watching that game. A lot of interest there. Let's go to the phone lines. Matt in Auburn, you're on Sports Call.
Hey guys, how y'all doing today?
Doing good, man. How are you?
Yeah, while y'all talking on high school, y'all know I'm from Hackable, but I live down here in Lee County. I've been down here about for 8 years. Anyway, I'm not able to keep up with my local hometown team as much as I would like. But is there any? Well, first of all, the Tallahassee running back do y'all know if Auburn has recruited him?
I don't think so, man. He is a tremendous player, and to me, should have a shot at Mr. Football in the state of Alabama just because of what he's done. And I know there's some really good players in the state, but Brandon Baines is a tremendous player. But don't think he's garnered any interest from any major D1 schools out there.
He must not have. I haven't seen him play, but he must not have the size that they're looking for, I guess.
Well, he's a stocky kid, but not a very tall kid, and I think that may be keeping him away a little bit. But running backs, if you look at running backs, in even in the pros, you don't have to be the tallest guy to be a great running back.
No, I mean look at Trey Mason. I mean, before last year, I was like, Trey he just don't have the size, but last year he bulked up, and I don't know how tall he looks short, compared to everybody else. But I mean, he was a great back. I mean, you've seen it in Monday Night Football. He's producing in the NFL. So, is he about Trey's height? You don't know.
He's about 5'9".
Yeah, 5'9", somewhere in that range.
Well, there you go. I don't know.
It's not too terribly
wild,
short. I mean, I'll be honest with you.
No, that's not short at all. Not for running back anyway. As a matter of fact, I like my running back to be that
Little gravity.
Like Trey. Yeah, exactly. Like Trey. I mean, he's just that. Watching him play Monday Night Football. I'm sure y'all watched it. I mean, it looked like the Trey, from last year. That first time he touches the ball, that quick step out of the way and then hits the hole. I mean, yeah, I think Auburn ought to be all over that. But and my other question is do y'all know if there's any local, Ben Russell, Dave Horseshoe, well, probably not Horseshoe Ben, but is there any local guys that Auburn's looking at? Do y'all know about any?
Well, Davil's got a couple of guys. They have one guy committed to the University of Alabama on the defensive front. Benjamin Russell right now is loaded with juniors. They've got some great seniors on this team. Don't get me wrong, but they've got some guys that may be prospects next year in this junior class. And but as of right now, nothing really, really huge as far as a major D1 prospect.
Yeah, it seems like Bama's had a foothold at Ben Russell, for a little while anyway. It seems like Auburn needs to get back in that.
Well, Auburn, actually, Benjamin Russell has sent more players to Auburn than they ever have Alabama in the last 20 years. I think for a while we had sent 4 consecutive to Auburn, and Eric Brock, Marquise Gunn, El Toro Freeman, Tyrone Martin, all those guys went to Auburn, and I don't think Benjamin Russell has sent anybody to the University of Alabama. So here lately, I know Willie Carl Martin was the coach at Benjamin Russell, moved on to the University of Alabama, but Benjamin Russell sent their fair share to Auburn. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, I guess that's why I was thinking that there was more going to Bama because of the old coach that went to Bama, or that moved on to there. Well, that's good. I know El Toro came from Ben Russell, but I didn't think about those others. But that's good though. Well, all right, guys, I appreciate it, man. Y'all do a good job and keep up the good work.
Matt, we appreciate your call, my man. Thank you.
We're up against a break here. We'll be right back. More Sports Call presented by Auburn Urgent Care right after this.
Like tailgating, stock car racing, and the blues, Yingling is purely American. Like neighborhood hardware stores and local diners, Yingling is a family business. Yingling is like a lot of things, but our lager is unlike anything else. A true American lager, purely independent in a way that's hard to find these days. Think about it. We've survived for 185 years by making darn good beer. Yingling Lager, from America's oldest brewery. DG Yingling & Son, Pottsville, Pennsylvania. Please enjoy responsibly.
They say business can get downright dirty. At Advanced Disposal, we couldn't agree more. That's why we offer dedicated solid waste and recycling services designed specifically for business. We work hard to leave your business a little cleaner than we found it. Whether the job is big or small, we do all the heavy lifting so you can focus solely on your customers, because that's what business is all about. Advanced Disposal, always working to keep your business and community beautiful. Visit advanceddisposal.com or call your local facility and discover our full range of commercial services today.
If you're like me, life begins where the paved road ends. America was founded on dreams of land ownership. Just you, the dirt, your imagination, and the sweat of your brow to create your own piece of paradise. We love making dreams come true at First South Farm Credit. We can custom tailor a loan for you with great rates and terms up to 25 years. Come see me, Taylor Hard, on South College Street in Auburn. Visit our website at firstsouthland.com or give us a call at 826-LAND, 826-LAND. First South Farm Credit. We finance land, farms, and dreams.
It was just one of those days. I had a million things to do.
This was the last thing I was expecting.
No matter how well you drive, things happen. And when they do, the ASE certified technicians at Franklin Tire and Auto know there's only one way to fix it, the right way. From accident repair to factory scheduled maintenance, Franklin Tire will give you honest, dependable service at a competitive price. Proudly serving the area since 1970 and still locally owned and operated.
No shortcuts, no compromise, and friendly service every time. Franklin Tire and Auto in Auburn, 821-4572 and FranklinAutoInc.com.
I'm so tired of eating pizza.
You want a real meal? You know, just like Mama's home cooking. Then dine in, carry out, or have veggies to go on South College cater your next meal. You can eat food just like Mom's 7 days a week and have something different every day. Pork chops, country fried steak and gravy, meatloaf, and more. Served with all kinds of fresh veggies and casseroles. And don't miss out on Miss Jeannie's homemade desserts. So when you're craving the comfort from home, it's always veggies to go on South College in Auburn.
TK's convenience stores are prepared to help you on your dash home. Whether you need to grab a gallon of milk, bread, drinks, or some cash from the ATM, TK's is there for you. At TK's convenience stores, we work hard to carry those items that you need to grab quickly, and we pride ourselves on high-quality gasoline and clean stores. So don't stress about your evening. Slow down and stop at one of TK's 14 locations to grab what you need. TK's convenience stores, always there when you need us.
In a world where time is money, only one team can conquer all your printing and marketing needs, big or small. Call the A-Team, Allegra Printing. The experts at Allegra can handle it all, from concept, copywriting, and design to printing, targeting, and mailing. They're local, knowledgeable, accurate, and quick. Don't risk your company's success on a faceless, faraway online imitator. There can be only one. Allegra Printing, your A-Team in Auburn at the University Crossing Shopping Center behind McAllister's Deli. Allegra-auburnal.com.
This segment of Sports Call is brought to you by Resource Natural Spring Water. Resource is 100% natural spring water with naturally occurring electrolytes that support a lifestyle of well-being. When you need to refresh, revitalize, and replenish, it's always Resource Natural Spring Water.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Friday edition of Sports Call. Andy and Brett here with you until 6 o'clock, taking your phone calls at 1-888-9-TIGER-9 toll-free or locally at 334-887-3401 on our AO Tourism hotline. Again, our question of the day, what's your craziest but legitimate playoff scenario out there? We're halfway through the college football season. A lot of teams have eliminated themselves. Some are still mathematically possible. In that scenario, there's some odd teams to think about, but right now it's anybody's playoff to be a part of, I think. We are also running down some high school region lineups standings. Also, a lot of high school football going on across the state of Alabama tonight.
If you want to get out, look, if you don't have a team that you pull for, but you're looking to watch some good football, check your area and head out, because it's going to be a beautiful night out there. And this is getting down to the nitty gritty for a lot of these teams on not only whether they'll make the playoffs, but whether they'll have a chance to win a region championship. And I know over here in east central part of Alabama, from Lee County to Tallapoosa County and Russell County and all those counties over here, we've got some outstanding football all the way down into Montgomery, because I know a lot of people listen to us down in Montgomery, and these regions kind of encompass Montgomery and Lee and Tallapoosa. They kind of all merge together, and some great football teams. Again, the state championship the last 2 years in 6A. Now there's a 7A, but in 6A, Auburn made it last year, and then Opelika the year before. So both of those teams right here in Lee County have done a tremendous job. But Opelika has a really, really good shot at playing for a state championship again this year in 6A, and may win it. I've already seen that Opelika team, and they're loaded. They're very talented. I know, unfortunately for them, Roy Yancey, their middle linebacker, is a tremendous player that I called several times the night he played. Benjamin Russell is out for the year with a torn ACL. It just seems like a lot of guys, high school and college, have torn ACLs this year. I know it happens every year, but it just seems like an abundance of torn ACLs this year.
Yeah, that tends to happen, and it always seems to happen at the worst possible time. just as we kind of close out the first hour here, a story, it's inevitable at this point, but, Mississippi State moves to number 1 in the country. They're doing extremely well. Dan Mullen, of course, has ties to Florida. Now you see websites popping up, hiredanmullen.com, we want Dan.com. I never really thought, we had this conversation a couple of weeks ago, and the question was posed about, would Dan Mullen go to Florida? Would he? And I thought, at the time, maybe at the beginning of the season, I don't think the Florida people would want him, really. And I'm not sure how enthusiastic they would be to get him. Now I'm not so sure. I mean, obviously, when Mississippi State gets to the number 1 in the country, it kind of changes things. But, that brings up the inevitable question, would he go? And, of course, he came out this week and, said that, these websites are an insult to coaches and all this kind of thing. I'm happy at Mississippi State, yada, yada, yada. But
until the season's over.
If things keep going the way they are, it would appear maybe that Will Muschamp's going to lose his job and there's going to be a vacancy at Florida. Would Dan Mullen leave Mississippi State? Or a question, I guess, how fast would Dan Mullen leave Mississippi State?
Probably pretty fast because, look, I think even Dan Mullen's a realist. And, his whole goal was to get Cam Newton there, and he thought that was going to be his ticket out of Starkville. Didn't work out for him, and you could smell the bitterness that kind of just made its way out of Starkville. You could smell it. But now he's got Dak Prescott, and he's got Mississippi State at number 1. I don't think he's done a lot of things at Mississippi State and really beefed up their facilities and gotten them to a place they've never been. But even he, deep down inside, knows that this isn't going to last forever. But the chances of doing this at Florida on a regular basis are a lot greater than doing it in Starkville, Mississippi. So I think if the money would be right, and I think Jeremy Foley would definitely open the pocketbook up to get him there. On the flip side of that, if somehow Will Muschamp and his Florida team turn things around, they beat Georgia, they win coming down the stretch, and they somehow make it to the SEC championship game, they do have that tiebreaker over Kentucky right now. If you want to call it that, and you may be sitting there going, well, we're talking about pillow fights here, but they do. You never know. It may come down to that, Andy. You may look back and say, Florida's got the tiebreaker over Kentucky. They're going to go to the SEC championship game. If they go to the SEC championship game, I don't care how bad the East is. I don't know how you fire him. I mean, if you get to the SEC championship game, I don't see how you can let him go. But do you think Florida fans are hoping they don't get there?
I think they are. And I got 2 questions.
I think Auburn fans were silently doing that, maybe some more than not. When Gene Chizik, after the 2010 season, maybe after 11, I think they were saying, please, somehow don't reel off and look, we were very close to getting Russell Wilson. If you'll remember, and let me tell you, if we'd had Russell Wilson, would have had another shot at going back. So I think a lot of people were like, let's let this thing play out. But I think Florida fans may be semi-pulling against him a little bit just because they know Dan Mullen's primed and ready, and he's got Mississippi State in a position they've never been in, and he was the offensive coordinator under Urban Meyer and Tim Tebow down there. They'd love to have him back.
My 2 questions are, is Dan Mullen the number 1 guy on Florida's list?
Who else would
And what does bitterness smell like?
You could smell it coming out of Starkville in 2010.
I bet it does not smell good.
Bitterness, well, you know what? When you bite into something that's bitter, what your face looks like.
The Fox Sports Report is coming up next. Brett and I'll be back with hour number 2 of Sports Call right after this.
Purchasing a home can sometimes be overwhelming. Instead, it should be an exciting time for you and your family. Hi, I'm Angela Van Houten with Century 21 Lake Area Realty. I want to help you find the home or property that perfectly fits your needs. With over 15 years of experience in real estate, I am proud to serve the Lake Martin and surrounding areas. Call or text me today, 256-596-0566, or find me on the web at angelavanhouten.com and let me help you find the home you've always dreamed of.
When you're looking for the best chicken fingers and wings in town, nothing else will hit the spot better than JR's Sports Bar and Grill. JR's has everything you need to curb a big appetite, and they have all-you-can-eat chicken fingers on Monday night and all-you-can-eat wings on Tuesday night. Any child wearing their City League uniform eats for $1.99 on the kids' menu. Check out our Facebook page daily for our dine-in special. Visit us at 145 Alabama Street in Alex City.
From cruises and resorts to land tours and completely packaged vacations, Ruta Lisa Anderson of Cruise Planners specializes in all types of travel and will create an unforgettable vacation just for you. Visit exotic destinations, Alaska, Europe, Hawaii, and more. Visit exclusivecruiseplanners.com or call Ruta Lisa Anderson of Cruise Planners today, toll free at 844-722-6342.
Is your paycheck slipping away in insurance premiums? Let Alpha Insurance show you how to tackle savings with rewards and discounts for loyal customers. Save even more when you bundle your home, car, and life insurance with Alpha. Plus, you get friendly service from our hometown team. In Opelika, call Alpha agent Brian Foreman at 334-7.
You're listening to Sports Call on Tiger 93.9. WTGZ, Union Springs, Montgomery, and Auburn, and AM 620 WTRP, LaGrange.
British Jay Glazer's breaking news, and everybody else is left picking up his crumbs.
The New York Jets have just traded for Percy Harvin. They've traded a conditional draft pick to Seattle for Percy Harvin.
A caboodle, a gaggle, a virtual cornucopia of injuries in the NFL heading into Week 7. Here's a few of them. Lions wide receiver Calvin Johnson. Megatron probably won't play against the Saints. Got a bad ankle. Bengals wide receiver A.J. Green. Missed practice again today. Turf toe. He won't play against the Colts. Panthers say wide receiver Calvin Benjamin. Probably not going to play against the Packers. He's got concussion issues. And Browns center Alex Max probably won't play for quite a while. He's got a broken leg. An injured reserve. And I'm Looney.
Forget the lunchtime blues. The Fifth Quarter Sports Bar and Grill has something delicious waiting for you, like this incredible everyday deal. Get a 9-inch personal cheese or pepperoni pizza with salad and drink for only $9.99. That's right, not a slice, but an entire pizza just for you. Or try Fifth Quarter's awesome lunch menu. Club sandwiches, chicken salad croissants, and burgers, all with home fries, plus a daily lunch special. Hungry for Fifth Quarter's lunch yet? What are you waiting for? Get yourself and your coworkers to Fifth Quarter's Sports Bar and Grill, South College.
Auburn Bank has money to lend because you have financial goals, a home to buy, kids to raise, a business to grow, your children's education to pay for. For what matters most to you in your life, our experienced, willing lenders are ready to help you achieve your goals. Auburn Bank, since 1907, your partner, your neighbor, your friend. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender. Online at auburnbank.com.
Grab a Bud Light and gather around, NFL fans, to hear the tale of Gail Hammerschmidt, a true legend of the game. Gail once tailgated for 34 straight Falcons games, even grilling chili dogs during the snowpocalypse of 04. What was Gail's best 40-yard dash time? I don't know. But I do know no one was quicker to the mini fridge for an ice-cold Bud Light. But there are many Gail Hammerschmidts for whom the love of the game and the love of Bud Light is truly epic. And this season, some will be rewarded with experiences like tickets for an ultimate NFL weekend. So be like Gail this season and visit your local beer aisle or upforwhatever.com. Bud Light, the perfect beer for whatever happens.
Ultimate NFL experience open to U.S. residents 21 plus. No purchase necessary. Ends 12/31/14. See upforwhatever.com for details. Void where prohibited. Enjoy responsibly. Bud Light Beer. AB, St. Louis, Missouri.
You don't have to be a resident of whatever USA to find great Bud Light promotions at your favorite bars and retailers in Auburn, Opelika, and Montgomery.
And
Gotta get to Gills Auto Sales. We can finance, you got to get to Gills. Selection and price. Got to get to Gills. Gotta get to Gills.
Did you know that Gills Auto Sales now features the Prestige Selection at their North Lake and Opelika locations? Gills Auto Sales now has over 100 Prestige vehicles in stock. Newer models, low mileage with bank financing available. Come see the Prestige Selection at Gills Auto Sales North Lake location and their new Opelika location. Gotta get to Gills.
TK's convenience stores are your gotta-have headquarters. You know, those things you just gotta have but don't have time to waste in one of those huge pack stores. Nope. At TK's, we have your gotta-have items with no hassle, along with great customer service, high-quality items, and clean stores. So whether you need a six-pack of your favorite beverage, milk, gasoline, or some cash from the ATM, TK's has it just minutes from you. TK's Convenience Stores, now with 14 locations to better serve you, always there when you need us.
This segment of Sports Call is brought to you by Reinhardt Prattville, located on Cobbs Ford Road, 334-290-1992. Visit us online at ReinhardtPrattville.com. Reinhardt Prattville, we sell to sell again.
You better buckle your seatbelts because it's going to be a show to watch.
From Tiger Communications.
Jackson!
For 20 years, East Alabama's sports talk leader. Sports Call. Call in now at 887-3401 or 1-888-9-TIGER-9 toll free. And now, coming to you live from the loveliest village on the plains, Sports Call.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Friday edition of Sports Call. Andy Graham and Brett Pritchard bringing you hour number 2 here on the program. We will be here until 6 o'clock, taking your phone calls at 1-888-9-TIGER-9 toll free or locally at 334-887-3401 on our AO Tourism hotline. We are live here at JR Sports Bar and Grill in downtown Alexander City, Alabama. We would love to see you come on out and participate here. You can, great atmosphere. They got TVs everywhere. You can watch your favorite sporting event, load up for your before you go out to a high school game somewhere, or you can come in tomorrow and load up for your tailgate as well. No Auburn tailgate tomorrow, but hey, you know, tailgate anyway out there in your backyard.
Yeah, wherever.
It doesn't matter. JR's has got whatever you need. It's a great place to eat, great place all the way around. We appreciate everything they do in support of our programs. Brett, as I said, you know, we talked a lot about high school football in the first hour, mentioned, you know, some college football playoff scenarios, you know, you know, we're halfway through the season now. A lot of teams have eliminated themselves. A lot of teams still in it. I thought we'd start off the second hour by playing a little pretender or contender.
There we go.
You know,
game show.
Now, yeah, that's right. Now, you tell me, you know, if these teams are true, legitimate contenders, or are they pretenders? You know, you look at the top 14 teams in the country. You know, you could throw in Arizona. They're a one-loss team. Arizona State is a one-loss team. They're, you know, they're statistically still in it, but we're just going to go through the top 14 teams here.
Okay.
Of course, number 1, Mississippi State, 6-0.
Contender right now, no doubt.
Number 2, Florida State, 6-0.
Pretender if they lose this weekend, because I think everybody's just had enough. They're worn out. They're exhausted from all the off-field stuff, and I think everybody's just kind of looking for a reason to get them out of the way.
Number 3, Ole Miss, 6-0.
Contender right now. Right now. I mean, as we head into week 8, contender.
Number 4, Baylor, 6-0. Contender. Number 5, Notre Dame. I guess same thing as FSU.
I think it's the same thing. And, you know, if they decide they want to not fumble the football, they'll have a chance against Florida State. If they fumble the football 3 or 4 times tomorrow, it won't even be a contest.
Number 6, Auburn, 5-1.
I'll say contender right now. And let me just say this. They definitely have the talent, the coaches. The problem is the schedule. You know, everybody made mention of that before the season. If Auburn navigates this schedule, they are definitely a contender. But a lot of people, and I've got some bold projections we'll go through here in just a minute. It's not that Auburn's getting dissed, Andy. It's not that people in the country don't think Auburn is not worthy of a playoff berth. They do. It's just the schedule. They don't think it's possible for them to navigate that entire schedule.
Let's talk about that. South Carolina in 2 weeks at Ole Miss, Texas A&M at home, at Georgia, Samford, at Alabama.
I mean,
that's tough.
Well, if you just lose one more, you're on the borderline. If you lose just one more, and then you got Georgia, Ole Miss, and Alabama all on the road, I mean, you're expecting to go on the road and win those games, win Texas A&M and South Carolina at home with Samford sandwiched in the middle of all that. That's tough for anybody. I mean, I don't know of any team that could run that schedule the remaining way out and go undefeated. It is likely that we lose another game, and if we lose two, and things fall the way they can, we could still make the SEC championship game or the playoff. But I just think Auburn needs to just take it one game at a time, quarter by quarter, and let the rest take care of itself.
Number 7, Alabama, 5-1.
Contender, definitely based on their schedule remaining. Their defense is very good. Their offense better pick it up a notch, or they'll be a pretender after a few more games.
We'll find out Saturday as they take on Texas A&M. Number 8, Michigan State, 5-1.
I think they're a contender, and they were the team that I liked tremendously to start the season. I know they went out and lost to Oregon, but I think they are the lone hope for the Big Ten. I think they're the team that a lot of people in the Big Ten are hanging their hat on, and I think Sparty's a contender.
Number 9, Oregon, 5-1.
Contender. And the reason I know everybody's like, well, everybody's a contender. Well, well, right now they are. I mean, I don't know of anybody so far that I think I've had one pretender right now. But outside of that, everybody else.
The loser of FSU Notre Dame.
Notre Dame will be out. I mean, I just feel that way.
All right, number 10, Georgia, 5-1.
Pretender. There's my first pretender. Yeah, they're a pretender. I just, Georgia, history, he's going to have to prove – they're going to have to prove themselves. They do have the inside track on the SEC East, but big deal. They're a team that if you win the East, I don't think you win the West. I don't think you beat whoever the Western Division champion is. And then if they lose that SEC championship game, then they'll be out. So I'll say contender. Pretender.
Yeah, number 11, Oklahoma, 5-1.
Contender, just because the Big 12, they carry the banner for that conference.
Number 12, TCU, who beat Oklahoma, now 4-1.
Gary Patterson's a contender, and rightfully so. He's got that TCU team playing really, really strong, and if they win out, they'll definitely have a chance.
Number 13, Ohio State, 4-1.
Pretender.
Number 14, Kansas State, 4-1.
Pretender.
All right. Well, you look at this now. Like
I know they play Oklahoma this week, but they're not going to beat Oklahoma.
Well, let's look at some playoff scenarios that are, possible here, and more likely than the crazy one that I threw out before. Mississippi State, obviously, if they win out, they're in. No question about that. FSU, they beat Notre Dame and win out. I don't think you can keep them out. They're in, definitely. Baylor, if they win out, they're in.
Yeah.
Even with the mediocre to bad schedule that they have. Now, that leaves that 4th spot. By Mississippi State, winning out, that would mean that Alabama would have that loss. Ole Miss would have a loss. Whoever they would face in the SEC title game would obviously have that loss. If Baylor wins out, that would eliminate Oklahoma. That would eliminate Kansas State, TCU, all those programs. You've got that 4th spot. This is what the committee has to deal with. You're talking about a 1-loss Ole Miss team, probably, if they were to beat Auburn, or a 1-loss Michigan State team, or if Ohio State were to beat them, whoever wins the Big Ten if they're 1-loss, or a 1-loss Oregon/Arizona State, whoever comes out of the Pac-12 with 1 loss. So who do you give that 4th and final spot to?
Good luck to that committee is all I can tell you.
Wouldn't you have to maybe give it to a 1-loss Ole Miss team whose only loss of the season is to the number 1 team in the country?
Well, let me show you what CBS Sports has through 8 weeks of the season.
It's your buddy.
Yeah, I think I think it's my buddy that I talked to last year on this show, and we ain't heard from him since, Jerry Palm. But this is what they have, Ole Miss versus Michigan State in the Sugar Bowl in the first playoff game, in Florida State and Alabama in the other game in the Rose Bowl. And then, of course, they don't have a prediction on the Championship Bowl yet. Where does Mississippi State fall, since that's their 4? They'll play Clemson in the Orange Bowl. In the Fiesta Bowl, it will be Oklahoma versus East Carolina. And in the Peach Bowl, it will be Georgia, UCLA. Well, where's Auburn? You know, that everybody asking where Auburn is. Auburn will take on Ohio State in the Capital One Bowl. So that's where CBS has these teams right now.
So they have Ole Miss basically going undefeated.
They do. They have them in the. There's no records here.
Yeah,
but they'd
have to jump ahead of Michigan. Mississippi State.
Well, absolutely. They'd have to win the Egg Bowl and go on to the SEC championship
and beat Auburn.
Yeah. So
win the SEC. Yeah.
So. I mean, and Ole Miss hasn't even been to the SEC championship game yet since the inception.
Right.
So, I mean, this could be a huge year for Hugh Freeze. And, you know, they've been recruiting like crazy the last few years. Look, I've seen this Mississippi State team and this Ole Miss team, and both of them are tremendous. I think Ole Miss may be better defensively. I think Mississippi State may be better offensively, but Ole Miss has weapons offensively too. Laquan Treadwell, and if Bo Wallace continues to play the way he is, they're going to be tough to handle.
No doubt about it. Well, here's the scenario that falls in line with that. Ole Miss wins out. Okay, they're undefeated. They go to the SEC title game. They win. They're in, most definitely. They're probably the number 1 team in the country. Notre Dame beats Florida State. They win out. That eliminates Florida State. Notre Dame is in undefeated.
If they're undefeated, they're definitely in.
Okay, so if Ole Miss wins out, if Notre Dame wins out, that leaves 2 spots available, and you've eliminated a lot of other teams. So out of those 2 spots, you got to feel you have a probably 1-loss Mississippi State team that its only loss is to Ole Miss, the number 1 team in the country, that does not go to the SEC title game. Or a probably 1-loss Alabama, maybe, if they were to beat Mississippi State and sitting there and they beat Auburn as well. That would be a 1-loss not going to the SEC title game. So you got one of those 2 teams sitting out there, with 1 loss. You've also got probably a 1-loss Oklahoma, Baylor, TCU, Kansas State, one of those teams, if they were able to get through.
Yeah.
The one, if one does it, that means the other ones will have a loss. You have that 1-loss Michigan State, Ohio State team too as well. Again, you have about 3 or 4 teams trying for 2 spots. Who do you give it to?
Well, right now, according to CBS, Notre Dame will be in the Sun Bowl on December the 27th against Washington. So, according to them, they have dropped way out. But I mean, as of right now, you would have 2 SEC teams in. And a Big Ten team and an ACC team. No Pac-12 team represented, no Big 12 team. None of those are represented there. So 2 SEC teams, an ACC team, and a Big Ten team. That's saying Oregon, Arizona State, none of those teams in. The problem with all this is that there's too many weeks left in the college football season to know because we don't know. And if these teams beat up on each other in the Western Division, I think with the way the scenarios play out, the later it gets down the line, the more I'm thinking this committee is not going to allow but one SEC team in this thing. And it probably will be the SEC champion if it's the Western team. Now, if somehow, some way, Georgia beats, and I'm thinking Georgia will end up going to the SEC championship game out of the East. If they win, it just throws everything out of whack.
Absolutely. Well, when we come back, we'll talk about that. So what are the best scenarios for Auburn to get into this playoff? What are the best scenarios for a 2 SEC teams in the college football playoff? We'll talk about that when we come back. More Sports Call on the way.
When you're looking for the best chicken fingers and wings in town, nothing else will hit the spot better than JR's Sports Bar and Grill. JR's has everything you need to curb a big appetite, and they have all-you-can-eat chicken fingers on Monday night and all-you-can-eat wings on Tuesday night. Any child wearing their City League uniform eats for $1.99 on the kids menu. Check out our Facebook page daily for our dine-in special. Visit us at 145 Alabama Street in Alex City.
Alex City Food Shop is now your local Shell station, located on the corner of Airport Drive and Highway 280. Stop by and experience performance that excites with Shell V-Power gasoline. No other gasoline protects better than Shell nitrogen-enriched gasoline by cleaning performance-robbing gunk from intakes and fuel injectors. And we now accept Winn-Dixie Fuel Perks and Fuel Rewards Network cards so you can save on fuel purchases. See store for details. State-of-the-art touch-free car wash, snacks, cold drinks, ice, and much more for your tailgating needs. Alex City Food Shop on the corner of Airport Drive and Highway 280, where we're always open and appreciate your business.
Lake Winds Golf Course, the most affordable, quality round of golf in Central Alabama. Located right off Highway 280 on County Road 4 in Alexander City. Lake Winds Golf Course offers affordable memberships, an updated pro shop, junior golf program, annual tournaments, and weekly matches. Call for your tee time today, 256-825-9860. Lake Winds Golf Course.
Auburn Urgent Care, located on South College in Auburn and on Enterprise Drive in Opelika near Tigertown, offers convenient solutions to your healthcare and occupational medicine needs. We offer workman's compensation injury care, and we have a certified DOT medical examiner on staff. It's not about speed. It's about the quality of care. We're open 7 days a week, 7:30 a.m. to 8 p.m. Monday through Friday, and 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. on weekends in Auburn, and 8:30 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday through Friday in Opelika. Walk-ins are welcome. Auburn Urgent Care. 334-821-3221 in Auburn or 334-749-9191 in Opelika. Visit us online at auburnurgentcare.com. Proud of our past, confident in our future. And for your primary health care needs, visit Family Health Clinic at 1456 Opelika Road in Auburn. 334-826-8951. Open Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m.
At Reinhardt Prattville on 2154 Cobbs Ford Road, we have over 300 used vehicles in stock. Sedans, trucks, SUVs, and crossovers, imports, and domestics. We're proud to be celebrating 10 years in Prattville. Come by and see managers Donnie Crozier or Skip Lathan and get your best deal on a used vehicle. We're open 8:30 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday and 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. on Saturday. ReinhardtPrattville.com. Reinhardt Prattville, where we sell to sell again.
Is your paycheck slipping away in insurance premiums? Let Alpha Insurance show you how to tackle savings with rewards and discounts for loyal customers. Save even more when you bundle your home, car, and life insurance with Alpha. Plus, you get friendly service from our hometown team. In Opelika, call Alpha agent Brian Foreman at 334-749-3371 or stop by our office at 709 2nd Avenue in Opelika.
At Russell Do-It Center stores, you'll find a complete assortment of lumber, building materials, hardware, electrical and plumbing supplies, paint, tools, and lawn and garden merchandise. Russell Do-It Center stores deliver first-class service, top-rated products, and competitive do-it-best pricing. Russell Do-It Center also offers free estimates, free local delivery, and price match promise. Check us out at www.russelldoitcenter.com or visit one of our 9 locations in Central Alabama.
Let them come back. Score right over. That helps. And then scored first.
Welcome back, everyone, to Sports Call on this beautiful Friday afternoon, leading into the night. High school football about to get underway all across this state. Wherever you're headed, hopefully your team wins. We hope you'll be careful either way. Andy and Brett here with you for another 40 minutes, taking your phone calls at 1-888-9-TIGER-9, toll-free, or locally at 334-887-3401.
Smelling this good food at JR's Sports Bar and Grill here in downtown Alexander City. So if you're in Alexander City and you want some outstanding food and you're looking for tailgate food for tomorrow, if you're heading up to Tuscaloosa to the Texas A&M Alabama game or wherever it is, you're having a watch party at your house since the Auburn Tigers are off, make sure you give them a call, 256-329-2328, and they'll fill your order.
We're talking college football playoff contenders. We're talking college football playoff scenarios. There's a lot of them out there. We're halfway through the season. Some teams have eliminated themselves. Some teams are very much still in the hunt. There are 5 undefeated teams right now in the top 25, several teams with just 1 loss. But when we talk about, let's talk about what this means for Auburn. Auburn obviously dropped their first game of the season against Mississippi State there in Starkville last week. What's the best way for Auburn to find its way into the playoff? Well, if Mississippi State, who is undefeated right now, if they win out, Florida State maybe loses to Notre Dame, which is very possible, or vice versa. Those teams possibly could eliminate themselves. Notre Dame, if they could pull off the win in Tallahassee tomorrow, they've got a pretty difficult schedule. They have at Navy, at Arizona State, Northwestern, Louisville, at USC.
That's tough.
They've got some. I think they could lose to Arizona State. I really do.
Maybe that's why Jerry Palm's got them in the Sun Bowl.
Maybe so. Let's go to the AO Tourism Hotline.
Shadow in Prattville, you're on Sports Call.
Yes, thank y'all for taking the call. You mentioned the scenario a minute ago where the committee would decide to only take conference champions. Or my question is this. How in the world can Auburn justify its schedule if it finishes the season with only one loss but cannot get in the playoff?
Well, Shadow, I think that's going to be the thing that we all sit back anxiously and see what happens with this committee, because I'm with you. If they just choose conference champs, then why would you go out and schedule tougher teams? I'm not saying they're going to do that. I was reading off CBSSports.com's scenario of – and then they don't have all conference champs in there, obviously, because they got 2 SEC Western teams in there, in Ole Miss and Alabama, and then they have Michigan State and Florida State in there, so it wouldn't be all conference champions. But I don't think necessarily they'll go that direction.
I truly believe if Auburn ends up with one loss, they'll make it.
Well, if Auburn ends up with one loss, yes, I think a lot of these one-loss teams have an opportunity. What I was saying is, if Georgia wins and beats whoever the Western Division champion is, it may skew the whole thing out of whack.
Well, my scenario, I believe that Alabama is going to beat Mississippi State. And then
they're going to have to play better offensively than they have.
Well, isn't it amazing? They've got a game coming up tomorrow in Texas A&M, and I just find it amazing that Alabama seems to be able to score the points, but their pattern is that they have not succeeded very well against the spread option teams. And my thinking is that if Auburn finishes with one loss, they could not be kept out of the playoff. And I wanted y'all, if you would, again, I had asked a question on this program some time ago, and y'all mentioned the hardest obstacle that Auburn had was its schedule. So I wanted to go back to the question. I think y'all indicated that Auburn would rather keep its Georgia game as the oldest in the South and sacrifice an easier schedule, which may get Auburn to the playoff every couple of years. But having the hardest schedule in the country would only enable for Auburn to go to the playoff every once in a while. So are y'all in favor of keeping the hardest schedule in the country or going to the playoff, taking Georgia and scheduling a little bit easier? If you'd just comment on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Shadow. Well, depends on what this committee does. I think this is a litmus test this year to see what they look at. If they take a 2-loss team that played just an unbelievably tough schedule, maybe in Auburn, and they leave somebody else out that maybe has a one loss or whatever that they felt like maybe played a more of a cream puff schedule, then I'll be in favor of Auburn continuing to keep a strong schedule. If it's right the opposite, if it's just based on record and it doesn't really look like they put a lot of thought and consideration into who teams played outside of their conference opponents, then I'll be all for going out and getting as many cream puffs as you can and playing the ones that you have to play and trying to get in that way. I don't think I can make a concerted decision based on what I know right now.
Well, I think we can all agree that Nick Saban is one of the biggest and most powerful power brokers in the SEC.
Oh, yeah.
His word carries a lot of weight. That's a fact, right?
Absolutely.
Well, he has been the biggest proponent for a 9-game schedule.
Yep.
He wanted it. He lobbied for it. He didn't get it. Now, I will say this. The people at Auburn and the people at Georgia, the administrations, no matter what the fans want, and I think the fans probably want this as well, but the administrations at Georgia and Auburn want to keep the Auburn-Georgia rivalry together.
Oh, no doubt.
And that's the way it's going to be. They have overridden. And they are going to keep the schedule as it is right now.
Well,
getting Georgia off schedule is not an option.
How would you feel about Georgia going away?
You know, I said for years that I would not like that. I wanted to keep it. I thought it was great. It's kind of gotten bitter, over the last 5 years.
It has changed tremendously.
They used to say it was kind of brother versus brother. Now
it's not anymore.
I don't know. It's changed over the last several years. And I, to be quite honest with you, I wouldn't mind if they did change it. I wouldn't mind if Auburn only played them, twice every 7 years or whatever it is in the rotation. That's just my opinion. That's just my personal. And that's just kind of a reaction to what it's been. Yeah. Now, maybe it changes. Maybe it, gets a little more civil over, in the next couple of years. I don't know, but that's just kind of how I feel.
I kind of like playing Florida, but and Tennessee, but you don't get to play them, but every so many years now because they're on the rotator. Georgia, everybody I guess has their one team. And speaking of Tennessee, they got CBS has them playing Louisville in a bowl game. I mean, why does Jerry, and that was the week that we had Jerry Palm on, was the week of the Auburn-Tennessee game when he thought Auburn was going to get shelled up there, and it was right the opposite. And I don't know what his infatuation is with Tennessee, but, regardless, did you even see them making a bowl?
No.
And he's got them like on December 30th. I'll pull it back up and tell you. It was the Music City Bowl, Louisville versus Tennessee on December 30th. I don't see that happening.
Well, Tennessee is 3-3 right now. 6 games into the season, correct? And
where's 3
they still have to play?
From?
They still have to play Alabama. They have to play Ole Miss this weekend. They have to play Kentucky.
Yeah, go find me 3.
That's going to be tough.
Music City versus Louisville.
That's going to be interesting.
I may just throw that whole list out now that I saw that.
I think you probably
find another bowl projections list.
Well, we'll continue this discussion about the playoff, and we'd love to hear from you. Give us a call 1-888-9-TIGER-9 toll free or locally at 334-887-3401. More Sports Call right after this.
Tiger Rags is proud to announce their exclusive new line of officially licensed Auburn University apparel. Albie & Company. Created in Auburn, made in Auburn, uniquely Auburn. Just like our very own Albie. With every Albie & Company purchase you make, Tiger Rags donates a portion of the proceeds to the Albie Fund. Check out all the cool Albie & Company apparel at TigerRags.com or come to the store at 138 South Gay Street and get lost in everything uniquely Auburn. The home of Auburn's favorite game day and everyday Tiger apparel, Tiger Rags. Spirit begins here.
There's nothing like the signature honey glazed spiral sliced ham from Honey Baked. Hey, this is Crystal. From catering corporate meetings to providing boxed lunches for your next event, Honey Baked Ham is just what you're looking for, including full meals with sides and desserts. Don't forget to stop by our deli for lunch or dinner, open 10 to 7, Monday through Saturday. You don't have to wait for the holidays. Plan your Honey Baked feast today. Give us a call at 741-8411, stop by and see us on Gateway Drive in Opelika, or order online at myhoneybakedstore.com. Honey Baked Ham, perfect every time. We guarantee it.
Auburn Links is your home for great golf. Just off exit 51, Auburn Links features a beautiful layout with Bermuda grass greens, rolling fairways, all right next to Parkinson's Mill Creek. For the last 20 years, Auburn Links has been providing Lee County with the best golfing experience around whatever your skill level may be. Looking for a fun family activity? Auburn Links has great group rates and membership specials for everyone, and their weekday rates now include Fridays. Be sure to follow Auburn Links on Facebook and Twitter for special deals and limited time offers. Auburn Links on Shell Tumor Parkway. Call 887-5151.
Whoa, I got a pull in here. It's fueling happy hour all day, every day at TK's on Highway 14 in Tallahassee. Come by TK's Tallahassee location for a fill-up and get a free fountain drink. That's right. Come by TK's on Highway 14 in Tallahassee anytime. Fill up with high-quality Valero gasoline and quench your thirst with a free fountain drink. Ooh, that's good. It's always happy hour at TK's Highway 14, Tallahassee location only.
Stop by your local TK's convenience store where Resource Natural Spring Water 700 milliliter bottles are buy one, get one free. Resource is a 100% natural spring water with naturally occurring electrolytes for taste. It's good for you and mindful of the environment thanks to a bottle made with 50% recycled plastic. So visit your local TK's convenience store to refresh, revitalize, and replenish with a special buy one, get one free offer on Resource Spring Water. Excludes label and cap. Recycling facilities may not be available in your area.
If you're like me, life begins where the paved road ends. America was founded on dreams of land ownership. Just you, the dirt, your imagination, and the sweat of your brow to create your own piece of paradise. We love making dreams come true at First South Farm Credit. We can custom tailor a loan for you with great rates and terms up to 25 years. Come see me, Taylor Hard, on South College Street in Auburn. Visit our website at firstsouthland.com or give us a call at 826-LAND, 826-LAND. First South Farm Credit. We finance land, farms, and dreams.
Wanted. Personal assistant for small business and some school projects. Must be an expert graphic designer, well-versed in strategic marketing, able to quickly and accurately print everything from business cards and brochures to flyers and signs. With Allegra Printing, you don't need an assistant to get it done. They've got you covered. In-house designers, state-of-the-art all-digital printing equipment, and an on-time can-do attitude. Allegra Printing, your personal assistant. University Crossing Shopping Center behind McAllister's Deli in Auburn. Visit allegra-auburnal.com or call 887-3180.
I'm so tired of eating pizza.
You want a real meal? You know, just like Mama's home cooking. Then dine in, carry out, or have veggies to go on South College. Cater your next meal. You can eat food just like Mom's 7 days a week and have something different every day. Pork chops, country fried steak and gravy, meatloaf, and more. Served with all kinds of fresh veggies and casseroles. And don't miss out on Miss Jeannie's homemade desserts. So when you're craving the comfort from home, it's always veggies to go on South College in Auburn.
This segment of Sports Call is brought to you by Dr. Pepper. Here's to a one-of-a-kind Dr. Pepper. Dr. Pepper is a proud sponsor of the College Football Playoff. Dr. Pepper, always one of a kind.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Friday edition of Sports Call. Andy and Brett here with you for another 30 minutes, taking your phone calls at 1-888-9-TIGER-9 toll-free or locally at 334-887-3401 on our AO Tourism hotline. Brett, you found a different site with some different bowl projections. Just run a few of those down for us.
Yeah, this is ESPN's. We did CBS just a minute ago, so I thought I'd flip over and they've got Auburn and Oregon in the Cotton Bowl in one scenario. I think that would be an interesting matchup, don't you? A repeat of the national championship game 2010 out in Jerry's World. That would be a pretty interesting game. The other Auburn scenario is Auburn-Wisconsin in the Outback Bowl. So there's your two Auburn projections there for ESPN. The two national championship projections, Florida State versus Baylor, and Mississippi State and Notre Dame in one, Florida State Ole Miss in one projection, and Baylor and Mississippi State in the other. So one projection's got both Mississippi teams going. The other one has Mississippi State going along with Notre Dame. So for you Alabama fans that will be listening out there, I'll pull them up and let you know where they have them predicted to go here in just a minute. But again, what would you go to the Cotton Bowl if Auburn Oregon played?
It's possible. I don't travel too well to that far, out to Texas. But, hey, that might be worth seeing. It starts, you need to go to the Jerry Dome at least once, I think. And I would love to go out there and actually just see that whole stadium and the whole environment.
As you know, the Citrus Bowl is now back to its old form. It's no longer the Capital One Bowl because Capital One sponsors the Orange Bowl. They just have an infatuation with all these citrus fruits, but it's the Capital One Orange Bowl now, so it's back to the Citrus Bowl, and both scenarios have Alabama in the Citrus Bowl. Ohio State versus Alabama, Nebraska versus Alabama in the Citrus Bowl in Orlando, Florida. So that's two good matchups there, I think.
A lot of games this weekend going to determine who goes to those games and if these predictions are going to be right or they're going to be wrong. So we're going to make some predictions right now. A lot of great games on the schedule inside and outside the SEC this week, actually. We'll begin number 23, Stanford, 4-2, 2-1 in the conference, traveling to number 17, Arizona State. Here's another one of those one-loss teams, 4-1, 2-1 in the conference. That one, 9:30 on ESPN. Stanford, only 2 losses on the season, Oregon and Notre Dame. Arizona State, the only loss on the season. It was that bizarre game against UCLA. UCLA just explodes for about 40 points right in a row.
Crazy.
But that's the only game Arizona State's lost. They're looking pretty good right now. This is one of those, kind of middle-of-the-road Pac-12 matchups, number 23 versus number 17. But this is Arizona State's opportunity to announce themselves and say, hey, we can beat a good team.
I'm on a couple prediction publications, and I picked Arizona State to win this game at home because Stanford has a little bit of difficulty scoring the football, and I think Arizona. Obviously, those teams always play better at home, so I like Arizona State.
Washington 5-1, 1-1 in the Pac-12 against traveling to Outson Stadium there. Number 9 Oregon 5-1, 2-1. That one 7 p.m. on FS1. They say Washington may have one of the best defensive lines in the country. Peterson comes over from Boise State. They start out a little slow, but they've come on pretty strong. They're looking pretty good there in Washington right now.
Man, he's a good coach.
Oregon has had a lot of difficulty playing very physical teams. This could end Oregon's run right here.
It could eliminate Oregon altogether. There's no doubt about it. But good teams find a way when their back's against the wall, especially at home, to come up with a win. Marcus Mariota has carried this team. He doesn't have much of an offensive line, and it's a struggle. He gets sacked a tremendous amount. It's unreal how he's been able to stay healthy, to be honest with you, and continue to keep his name mentioned in the Heisman race. I like Oregon at home.
Here's another elimination game, really, for the playoff. Number 14, Kansas State, 4-1. Only lost to the Auburn Tigers there at home on that Thursday night. 2-0 in the Big 12. Number 11, they're at Oklahoma in Norman. 5-1, 2-1. This one, 11 a.m. on ESPN. Again, elimination game in the Big 12.
It is an elimination game. Oklahoma, really jumped out to a pretty significant lead against Texas. Didn't close that game out like they probably would have liked to, allow Texas to get back in the ball game, close it to a 5-point win. But I think Oklahoma pulls this game out. I think Kansas State's a very good team, and this one of all the ones we're gonna talk about and predict, I think could go either way. But I do end up liking Oklahoma in the end.
This is probably the one that's going to get the most national attention. Of course, Notre Dame carries a tremendous amount of following across the United States. Number 5 in the country, 6-0, traveling to Tallahassee to take on the number 2 Florida State Seminoles. They're 6-0. 4-0 in the conference. This one's 7 p.m. on ABC. A classic kind of matchup. They've had some really good battles over the years. I'm not really sold on this Notre Dame team, but then again, I'm not sold on this Florida State team either.
I'm more sold on the Florida State team than I am Notre Dame, even though I think Notre Dame this year is better than they were in 2011 when they played for a national championship. Alabama just really just beat them badly, massacred them. And everybody knew it was a smoke and mirrors Notre Dame team, and they proved that when they played in that national championship game. If this game were in South Bend, I would probably favor the Fighting Irish a little bit. But since it's in Tallahassee, with all the hype around the game and the student body saying they're going to go out and boycott game day and turn their back because they just feel like that ESPN is just picking on Jameis Winston, I think they all rally behind their quarterback, and Florida State wins this game. And let me just say one more thing. Kirk Herbstreit said he talked with Jameis Winston yesterday for about 45 minutes on the phone, and he came on there trying to, I guess, maybe standing up for him and kind of giving a little reprieve to the ESPN side, but it just kind of made me nauseous the way he was saying, Jameis, he can let things roll off his back, but when his mama hears everybody talking about him and all this kind of stuff, and I wanted to just say, why didn't you ask him why did he do all this stuff? You're talking to a guy like he's being picked on and being talked about unjustly. in the media, he's creating the stories, Andy. There would be no story if he do the right thing. And so to me, it just made me nauseous to hear Kirk Herbstreit semi come to the defense of Jameis Winston. I mean, anybody else probably would have been shown the door to this point, but obviously Florida State is going to refuse, and it doesn't matter how many more autographs they find out there. It doesn't matter how many more times he shoplifts or does something he thinks is just completely funny because he's got to be a practical joker. They're just going to let him continue to do what he wants to do.
How bad was Auburn in 2012? Well, Brian Van Gorder, everywhere he's been, Georgia, now he's at Notre Dame. All you hear about this guy is just absolutely tremendous. The blitz has come from everywhere. His defenses are just almost impossible to diagnose. He's at Auburn for a year, and everybody says, man, that's the worst defense I've ever seen.
Well, it was, and I think we found out that it wasn't a lot of those guys' faults, man. It was from the top down. Those guys were not put in a position to succeed. There was a lack of discipline in the Auburn program. It was getting national headlines because of that. Too many bad things going on at Auburn the last couple of years of Gene Chiswick's tenure, and even good coaches can't survive some of that.
A Missouri team that just got absolutely waylaid at home by Georgia last week. They're 4-2, 1-1 in the conference. They traveling to Gainesville. A heartbreaker, you ripped out your heart. They're in Gainesville last week as LSU defeats Florida in the final seconds. Florida 3-2, 2-2 in the league. This one's 6 p.m. on ESPN2. I have no clue about this game.
I do. I think Florida wins, and they may win this one handily at home. I just feel like, look, they've been close against an LSU team that wasn't very good. I know that, but LSU still has a lot of talent on that team, and they're young. And Florida probably should have won that game. They gave it away. I know they squeaked out the Kentucky game. I know they squeaked out the Tennessee game. But I think you see Treon Harris in this game. I think he comes in. Missouri just looks putrid. They've looked putrid twice at home. Now they got to travel to Florida. You want to talk about a pretender. I know we're not in the discussion of national championship talk or playoff. They're just a pretender every Saturday.
Yeah. Kentucky, again, this one, you looked on the schedule at the beginning. You didn't think anything about it. Now it's one of the biggest games of the weekend in the SEC. Kentucky 5-1, 2-1 in the league, traveling to Baton Rouge. LSU 5-2, 1-2 in the league. This one's 6:30 on the ESPN, on the SEC network. Kentucky, Mark Stoops has done a phenomenal job, but are they really ready to go to Baton Rouge and win?
Man, I love this Kentucky team, but it's LSU, Kentucky, and it just, I'm how on fire I've been about Kentucky, and I think they have maybe a legit shot. I know I may have hit my head, and everybody thinks I'm crazy, but I love this Kentucky team, but I just couldn't find myself in the paper to pick Kentucky. I had to go with LSU until I can see Kentucky can prove that they can do it on the road against a perennial power in a place, one of the toughest places, if not the toughest place in the SEC to play, and that's in Death Valley. But do you remember Kentucky at home against LSU? Thought they had it won, dumped the water on the coach, and then the miracle, the Bluegrass miracle, kind of like the Auburn miracle against Georgia last year. The ball, you want to talk about a horrible day. Boy. Not only did you think you ripped victory from the jaws of defeat there, or ripped,
they actually ripped defeat from the jaws of victory.
I reversed that, but they had the game won, and then the tip ball and the LSU scores, and I know that's how Kentucky felt, and that's how Georgia felt last year. So that always comes back to mind when Kentucky had a legit shot at home to beat LSU. I do, in the end, think LSU gets it done, but I will not be shocked if Kentucky wins.
Quickly, number 10, Georgia, 5-1, 3-1 in the SEC, traveling to Fayetteville to take on Arkansas, 3-3, 0-3. This one at 3 p.m. on the SEC network. Arkansas has been close. They almost should have beat A&M. They almost should have beat Alabama. Yeah. Can they get 26-0, the Western Division? Does it come to an end?
0-4 Arkansas in the SEC.
Number 21 Texas A&M 5-2, 2-2 have lost their last two in the SEC, traveling to Tuscaloosa, number 7 in the country, 5-1, 2-1. This one, the 2:30 CBS game. Alabama has really struggled with this Texas A&M offense for 2 years. Alabama looked terrible last week. does Texas A&M get off the schneid, come in and upset the Tide?
Man, I think it's a close game. I really do. I think it is a close game, but I'll give the edge to Alabama because they're at home at Bryant-Denny. And I know that's right the opposite of the way the last 2 years have gone because Alabama went to Kyle Field to win, and then Johnny Manziel the year before went to Tuscaloosa and won. So, but I do at the end like Alabama, but they better pick it up offensively.
I'm picking A&M in this game.
There you go.
I'm going out on a limb here. And that limb looks rotten, but I'm going out on a limb.
Well, Alabama's out if they
are
lose
absolutely out. When we come back, we'll end the show for the final segment on Sports Call this afternoon. Join us when we come back.
Purchasing a home can sometimes be overwhelming. Instead, it should be an exciting time for you and your family. Hi, I'm Angela Van Houten with Century 21 Lake Area Realty. I want to help you find the home or property that perfectly fits your needs. With over 15 years of experience in real estate, I am proud to serve the Lake Martin and surrounding areas. Call or text me today, 256-596-0566, or find me on the web at angelavanhouten.com and let me help you find the home you've always dreamed of.
Auburn Urgent Care, located on South College in Auburn and on Enterprise Drive in Opelika near Tigertown, offers convenient solutions to your healthcare and occupational medicine needs. We offer workman's compensation injury care, and we have a certified DOT medical examiner on staff. It's not about speed. It's about the quality of care. We're open 7 days a week, 7:30 a.m. to 8 p.m. Monday through Friday, and 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. on weekends in Auburn, and 8:30 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday through Friday in Opelika. Walk-ins are welcome. Auburn Urgent Care. 334-821-3221 in Auburn or 334-749-9191 in Opelika. Visit us online at auburnurgentcare.com. Proud of our past, confident in our future. And for your primary health care needs, visit Family Health Clinic at 1456 Opelika Road in Auburn. 334-826-8951. Open Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m.
CertaPro Painters of Auburn, Alabama, and Columbus, Georgia is locally owned and operated by Mike and Chris Dobbs. Whether it's interior or exterior, residential or commercial, CertaPro Painters delivers a professional painting experience to you. We give you a free detailed written estimate, free color consultation. We provide a 2-year warranty for your protection. We also offer an easy pay program. Call 334-651-0033 or 706-225-8070. CertaPro Painters. Experience the difference of pro can make.
From cruises and resorts to land tours and completely packaged vacations, Rutalisa Anderson of Cruise Planners specializes in all types of travel and will create an unforgettable vacation just for you. Visit exotic destinations, Alaska, Europe, Hawaii, and more. Visit exclusivecruiseplanners.com or call Rutalisa Anderson of Cruise Planners today, toll free at 844-722-6342.
There's no doubt that high school and college athletics rule the state of Alabama. Increase exposure for your business by spending your advertising dollars on the best sports programming in Alabama with Sports Blitz, Sports Call, and the AHSAA radio network. In a sports-hungry state like Alabama, Sports Blitz, Sports Call, and the AHSAA radio network will offer your business the best return on investment. We have packages designed to fit any budget. Call today, 256-794-8223.
Before the big game on Saturday, tune in to Sports Blitz Saturday Sports Countdown on FM Talk 95.9.
Answered prayer.
From 10 a.m. to noon, Luke Robinson, Brett Pritchard, and Randy Lee break down the day's biggest games and the latest news from around the sports world. You can call in at 800-782-0108 or watch live at sportsblitzlive.com. That's sports with a Z.
Appreciate your interest in the game.
Saturday Sports Countdown this Saturday, 10 a.m. to noon.
The Southern Tales collection isn't just an expression of class, it's an Auburn way of life. Whether it's a long day on the lake with your closest friends or cheering for the best team in the SEC, we aim to provide comfortable, quality clothing fit for any occasion. God, family, and football are the three things we hold closest, and we hope to share these things through our product line with the people we love the most, our Auburn family. SouthernTalesCollection.com. Southern Tales, not just an expression of class, an Auburn way of life.
This segment of Sports Call is brought to you by Resource Natural Spring Water. Resource is 100% natural spring water with naturally occurring electrolytes that support a lifestyle of well-being. When you need to refresh, revitalize, and replenish, it's always Resource Natural Spring Water.
Welcome back, everyone, to the final segment of the Friday Sports Call. Andy and Brett here, taking you home to 6 o'clock. Taking your phone calls at 1-888-9-TIGER-9 toll-free or locally at 334-887-3401. Still time to get that final phone call in. Brett, we've talked a lot today about the college football playoff. A lot of different scenarios. Talked a lot about high school football as well. Obviously, you'll be traveling, heading over to the Sportsplex to call the Valley at Benjamin Russell game tonight. But just in the final segment here in the last few minutes, as I look on ESPN and see something
I don't want to see
that no one needs to see, I give you a nightmare scenario for the playoff committee. This is the absolute worst possible thing I think that they believe could happen coming into, and this is all possible. I think. I mean, you look right now at the way everything is set up. Mississippi State loses to Alabama and Ole Miss. That's possible.
That's definitely possible.
Ole Miss loses to Auburn. That's possible.
That's right.
Alabama loses to Texas A&M.
Possible.
That's possible.
Absolutely.
Auburn loses to Alabama.
Definitely possible.
Definitely possible. Georgia and Ole Miss in the SEC title game. Georgia beats Ole Miss. All right, so that leaves us with Mississippi State 10-2, Ole Miss 11-2 with a loss to Auburn, Georgia 11-2 with a loss to Auburn, Auburn 10-2, and Alabama 10-2. That's a whole lot of teams.
They may just say we're not letting any SEC teams in.
Well,
at this point,
you look at those teams. So you got those two lost teams throughout the SEC. Florida State loses to Notre Dame. Notre Dame loses to Arizona State. Those two teams now with one loss, and a one-loss team in the ACC is probably far worse to me than a two-loss team in the SEC. You have Ohio State loses to Michigan State. Michigan State loses to Penn State. Now you have Ohio State and Michigan State 10-2. Both.
This is unbelievable. You did some research on this.
Now you have those. Well, one of those teams will probably play each other.
That's right.
And the winner of that will be the Big Ten champion with two losses. You have Baylor losing to Oklahoma and Oklahoma State, Oklahoma losing to Kansas State, TCU losing to Kansas State, and Kansas State losing to Baylor. That would leave you with Baylor 10-2.
4 10-2 teams.
Oklahoma 10-2, TCU 10-2, Kansas State 10-2. Oregon loses to Washington tomorrow, which is very possible. Arizona loses to Arizona State in a rivalry game. Arizona State loses to Stanford
tomorrow.
You have Oregon 10-2. Arizona 10-2, Arizona State 10-2. So you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 teams with two losses.
I've got the answer. I've been sitting here. I've been mulling over it. I already got it.
Tell me.
They'll convene the committee.
And their heads will explode.
Somebody will bring a hat. They'll put all those teams in a hat.
Someone will bring a quarter.
Then they'll pull 4 teams out, and that'll be your 4 teams.
I mean,
at that point in time, I'd like to know the odds on that scenario happening. But I tell you what, you want to see something that would cause committee members' heads to explode is this. I don't know what you do. I mean, it would take – they'd be out longer than juries in some of these legal cases we've seen the last 10 years.
This would be the demand for an 8-team or a 10 or 16-team playoff. I mean, this
year.
would get
it up this year.
Let's just do it this year.
That's crazy. I don't know, man. It would be – that one would be tough.
I mean, like I said, you've got 5 undefeated teams right now. What's the chances right now that those end up – that there's 4 teams undefeated? At the end, I don't think there's hardly any chance that happens.
I don't think so. I definitely don't think there's 4 undefeateds out there. It's too much parity in college football. I know that's the most overused statement in sports talk, but there is. I mean, there's just – you don't know from week to week. And, you got to remember these are 18, 19, 20-year-old kids, and there's a lot that rides on what the decisions that they make from day to day. And, did this team practice real well this week? Did this guy – insult somebody? Is there a rift within the team? I mean,
did he take money for autographs?
Did he take money for autographs? Is he going to be suspended for 2 or 3 games like Todd Gurley? I don't know, man. It will make your head spin all the way off, and that's why this is such a fun sport to cover.
Absolutely. Well, Brett and I will be back with you tomorrow for the Saturday Sports Countdown.
Overdose of me and you here.
From 10 to 12. That will be on 95.9
That's
and
right.
97.5 for all those in the Alexander City area. We appreciate you joining us this afternoon. Thanks for all those that have called and chimed in. For Brett Pritchard, I'm Andy Graham saying so long for now. We'll talk again soon.